Хелло. Всем доброе утро. Наконец-то этот день настал. Все, что я могу сказать. Господи. Столько дней. Столько страданий. Столько радостных моментов. И все это в итоге превращается в один стрим. Ты что, Кирилл? Я сижу тут сейчас, да? И я не знаю почему, но почему-то я начал слишком сильно задумываться о бытие. Ладно, шутка, это все, короче, как правильно сказать? Моя попытка как-то увлекательно начать стрим. В театр. Ай, goddammit. Так, все, I'm back. На ее место. Что ж, не могу до сих пор поверить, но наконец-то я вижу это своими глазами. Баннер с Фуриной. Да, мы будем его сегодня крутить, но не сейчас. Что ж, что именно я сейчас очень сильно хочу сделать, так это именно продолжать сюжетку. Я не могу поверить, но, кажись, это первый раз в жизни, когда я очень охотно ждал сюжетку в Геншине. И не могу поверить, что я это говорю, но я ждал сюжетку в Геншине. Пиздец. Кошмар. Так. Для хорошего экспириенса чекаем. Да, все good, все nice. Теперь можно, в принципе. Дождите следующего дня. Ждем следующий день тогда. Пленик. Вернитесь в бараки. А, обратно в тюрьму. God damn it. Опять в тюрьму. Опять бегать по этому большому коридору, God damn it. Так. Это своровали. У тебя 50-50? Не, у меня гарант. У меня прям гарант. Я на Джунли его просеял. Выпала Джин. Так что Фурина гарантирована. Я за оружку переживаю, вот до сих пор думаю. Я вот думаю, стоит ли ее выбивать. Но я хз, я не уверен. Хотя для Фурины будет не жалко. Пожалуйста, выпустите.
Please sign here.
Может, go experiment?
Immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the fortress of Maripede via the regular channels.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up and...
Поставьте на катализатор. Не хочу.
What's happening?
Как ты? Странный вопрос, конечно.
I'm fine, thanks. But I wonder what that tremor was just now.
Опять может опять вода пытается выбраться. Who knows? Начало новой жизни. Карта для выхода выдана крепостью Миропит. Это всего лишь клочок бумаги, но ему дали очень душевное название. Это дворфы капают. Копают. Или копает, или копают. I don't know.
We're way behind schedule.
Your Grace?
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you wish to see me about?
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface. Over the years of serving as the warden here, I have developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh, you've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface and ask about what happened. By the way, do you know what day it is today?
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Wait, seriously?
Сегодня день, когда мы прощаемся с крепостью.
Ah, yes. Have you completed your release papers?
Yep. It's you two. Are you leaving now? That's right! Today is our last day in prison! But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. It's actually been pretty nice.
Столько людей было готово прийти к нам на помощь.
Oh yeah, Paimon feels fond of this place now. Then be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
Странный концепт тюрьмы, конечно, но окей.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure. Let's go.
Well, you actually agreed. No worries, you must be busy. Paimon was just joking.
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along too?
Это ни к чему, мы еще встретимся.
Yeah, don't worry, we'll come back to see you. Paimon really likes the cafeteria here. The chefs sure do know how to make good grub.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
We'll do our best to stay out of trouble. Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Mirabine is finished. That's the end of another chapter in our journey. And since Nervlev was the one who asked us to come here, we should probably go report to him now. Next up, the Palais Mermonia. You're going to see Monsieur Nervillette? Please pass on our kind regards.
I'm sure just your regards will do, no?
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the recent string of troubles.
А чё, прям уже можно телепортнуться? Ладно, я думал, будет какая-то катсцена, которая будет выпроводить меня из тюрьмы, но... Ладно. Окей, так и быть. Пускай так и будет. А, стоямба, мне вперед же нужно пройти.
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Neuvillette did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Excuse me. Would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here. You can see yourselves in.
Everyone's so busy. Seems a lot has been happening. Neuvillette!
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first. In the meantime, please, have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusine outside know.
That's all right. We just ate.
Very well, then.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
Хорошо хотя бы игра таймскипает это все добро. В
All
некот...
right. That should wrap things up for now.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the fortress of Meripede, and it appears that you've managed to complete all the release paperwork.
That's right, and we came here to see you right away.
A massive whale.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the primordial sea. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore, we can only assume that Child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? And is he okay?
Он не из Фонтейна, поэтому вода его не растворила.
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself.
Мы хотели бы тебя кое о чем тебя спросить.
Yes? What is it?
Что это недавно так стряслось?
Ah, right. Paimon felt it too. We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something about it.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment ago. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarming rate.
The water levels rose? Oh no! What about all the people there?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time and have already returned to normal now. However, I still have a bad feeling about the whole phenomenon. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her!
Да, там расположена штаб-квартира на... Фу ты, блин. Да, там расположена штаб-квартира Спина Ди Расула.
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I finish things here.
Разумный план.
There's no time to lose! Let's get going!
Please be careful.
Poisson, poisson. А прикиньте, есть сумасшедшие люди, у которых так много свободного времени, что они не используют телепорт, а просто идут к одной точке, от одной точки к другую, вручную. Ух ты ж, ё. Здания вокруг выглядят поврежденными. И людей нет. Они растворились? Нет, не стоит сразу предполагать худшее.
Navia should be around here, right? We need to make sure she's still... Paimon means we need to check on her.
А все-таки ок. Благо я ползать здесь хотя бы могу и карабкаться. А, ладно.
We haven't seen a single soul all the way here. Oh, this is getting scary.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone on the roof over there.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
All right, just hurry. I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own? My Desiree!
Oh, he looks pretty sad.
My leg! My leg! How could this have happened? It hurts!
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
It's Navia! She's over there! Hey, Navia! Are you okay?
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually...
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
All right, you'll be in charge. I'm sorry. Where were we?
The situation in Poisson?
Right. Allow me to explain. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded in the waterways. But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere. The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water, leaking from somewhere. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared. They were all dissolved. Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights. The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water began to recede after some time, and the chaos came to an end. The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible. No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents. We still haven't completed the head count, but we'll have some numbers soon.
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Да, мы пришли помочь.
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me. I really can't express how grateful I am.
Постойте, здесь кого-то не хватает, да?
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Кстати, где Милус и Сильвер? Только не говори. Нет.
Demoiselle, we've got a situation here.
Нет.
I'll be right there. Sorry, I need to go for now.
And off she goes. Seems it might be a while before she can take a break.
Бля, нет.
The
Нет.
wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment to focus on my own matters. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance. Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
Huh? Right now?
Понимаю.
Thank you. Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting graves.
Ебучие телеграм-каналы.
That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Navia?
Не сдерживайся.
Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry, I just... Malus and Silver, they won't ever come back here again.
Бля.
What should I do, Papa?
Не, нет.
What happened to them?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still, I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time. And they were caught in the seawater.
What should we do?
I've known them for so long. And I know they weren't afraid. But I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just gone. I just can't.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
How could Master ever be upset with you, demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, demoiselle.
Hey, stop joking around.
I'm quite serious. That way, it'll save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
After all, besides you, demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your requests. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else. I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise. I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well, she understands how you feel.
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's help. Malus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Да, мы здесь ради тебя.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny, Francine, Karina, Daisy Ray, Joinville, Julianne, Esson, as well as Malus and Silver. So, everyone else is safe. But still...
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. We lost Malus and Silver. But we were able to save more than we anticipated. The overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
Ни одна жертва не оправдана.
Right! Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade. Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
You're right. Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually. I'll remember your
Никогда не
words.
подумал, что Паймон может такое сказать.
Really?
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
Ой, кто к нам пришел? Посмотрите.
The knave? What are you doing here?
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you very much.
Wait, do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. But that doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me. Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
Здорово, сынка.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui
Пиздец.
before, and it's
Сочувствую,
extremely important for
сынку.
us to know who we're working with.
Как
My
владелец C4
subordinates have
Делюка я тебе
reported that Fatui
глубочайше
soldiers have been
сочувствую.
observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies.
Не могу поверить, что
quite
Фатуи тут
surprised.
немножечко, ну...
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the price paid for others' salvation. They chose to become heroes themselves. I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate, then?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention. By the way, traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Alright, then we'll just... Huh? This isn't right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment so you could tell us something in private.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance. You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the Fortress of Maripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals.
Я еще не крутил баннер. Настало время для совместных действий.
Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times, and seem to be worth investigating in many ways. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely precious. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck, and at present, we're all busy prioritizing the rescue effort.
So that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you. Which is why I want to give you this task.
Ты уверена, что все пройдет гладко?
The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Так, я пойду сворую еду. Сейчас, подождите, буквально 5 секунд. Сейчас сворую еду и вернусь. Сейчас. пицца! И кофе! Так. Время кушать пиццу и параллельно смотреть это.
Oh, that somehow makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely share it with you.
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some
Хорошая
ruins,
мысль,
right?
ретро.
We can handle that.
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to rest.
Well, I'm sad, yes, but I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing. There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me. Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something, a distraction, to keep my mind off Malus and Silver.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections.
Здорово,
What do you
ангел.
say, traveler?
Отправимся в руины вместе.
All right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson. Here's the map.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack up and get going.
Как далеко идти, блин? Даже время загрузки сильно не поменялось, хочешь сказать. Блин, играть в Геншин одной рукой не особо удобно. А я еще, блин, на ходьбу нажал. Блять, ну почему они убили Милуса и Сильвера? За что? Не так любопытно, что вообще за пиздец в итоге происходит. Я хочу, чтобы мне объяснили сюжет. Надеюсь, что мне объяснят сюжет. В игре имеется в виду. О, пустыню Сумеру можно отсюда увидеть. Хорошая шутка, Кирь. Спасибо, спасибо большое. Как-то вот так пока.
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about? Whoa, talk about
Здорово,
old.
Денис.
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be careful.
Любая встреча — это расставание. Бля. Пиздец. Не только пиццу достал. Это деньги зарабатывал в КС играл. Ого. Еще как. Я не знаю, что нас ждет. Возьмем универсальную группу. Сейчас. Подготовимся. Сотку поднял. Найс. Интересно, что это тут вообще тут такое? Мне какой-то кейс выпал, который 500 стоит. Нифига себе. Но я вот эту пачку называю для всего и вся.
Allow me.
Здесь очень красивые руины на самом деле. О, ёкарный баба. Фух, блин. Эй, стоямба. Там сундук. Там рундук. Блять. А я могу подняться? О, могу. Я хочу рундук взять. Сундук для рун.
Illusion shattered.
Time to go.
То есть, получается, Денис, ты с утра не обновлял Гемшин? Ой, сейчас как бы камнем вниз бы упали. Пощадил бы. Извините, мозг Гемшин Фага как бы по-другому работает.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Нави, тебе надо вернуться в безопасное место.
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here. Don't get my mind wrong. We're not saying you're useless. It's just that...
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you. That complicates things. Maybe the only way left is forward.
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So staying here wouldn't be safe either. I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
Похоже, другого выбора нет. Здорово, Лаванда.
Come with us for now then, but please be careful.
Я хочу доесть пиццу, поэтому сейчас мы приостанавливаем временно сюжет. Временно приостанавливаем сюжет. И смотрим один видос. Потому что... Go Фурику. Все-таки смайлики... Это хорошая мысль. Так. Сейчас найдем. Так, сейчас найдем. Угу. Спасибо. 7 ТВ вообще пиздатый чел. Я сам в шоке. Насколько они крутые челики. Функций больше, чем у Better Twitch TV. Тонул.
Lady Farina's dramatic twists never fail to amaze. You can never predict whether her next song will be a rousing soprano or a melancholy contralto, nor where her whirling dance will next lead the audience's gaze. That was a snippet from one of the most popular editions of the Steambird.
I knew you'd miss me.
Farina has an entourage of hydro-proficient companions to assist her in various capacities. To show her gratitude, she occasionally invites them to her tea parties. With the world's doors open wide before her, the notion of a stage is not so narrowly defined. While Farina is in the party, the cooldown of xenochromatic Fontamer aberrant skills is reduced. Farina's normal attack can combo up to 4 sword strikes, dealing physical damage to enemies. Using a charged attack consumes a set amount of stamina to unleash her Pas Seul aura, dealing physical damage to nearby enemies, and changing Farina's Arca alignment.
Он у меня тоже очень долго обновлялся. Я вчера потратил весь день, чтобы обновить Гемшин.
Descends on the enemy, dealing Numa or Usia aligned hydro damage based on her current Arca alignment.
Блин, это офигенно.
Her elemental skill invites the guests of the Salon Solitaire into battle to support her performance. When Farina's Arca alignment is Usia, she scatters a spray of celebratory bubbles, dealing AoE hydro damage based on her max HP, and summons the 3 members of the Salon Solitaire. Namely, Gentilhomme Usher the Ball Octopus, Surintendant Cheval Maran the Bubbly Seahorse, and Mademoiselle Crabaletta the Armored Crab. The Salon members periodically attack nearby enemies, prioritizing the active character's target, and deal hydro damage based on max HP. When a Salon member attacks, the strength of the attack increases based on the number of nearby party members whose current HP is over a certain percentage, and consumes some HP from them. The more characters that meet the requirements, the greater the increase. When Farina's Arca alignment is Numa, she summons the Singer of Many Waters, which periodically heals nearby active characters by an amount based on max HP.
Nice. Так что надо.
If Farina's elemental skill summons are on the field when she uses a charged attack, the lineup switches to match her new Arca alignment. The Salon members and Singer of Many Waters share a duration, so when the lineup changes, the new guests inherit the remaining duration. While Salon members or Singer of Many Waters exist, Farina can walk on water. After unlocking the talent Unheard Confession, Farina's elemental skill is enhanced in 2 ways. Damage dealt by Salon members is increased, and the interval between heals from the Singer of Many Waters is decreased, both scaling with max HP. The maximum buff that can be obtained this way has a certain limit.
Time to shine!
Harnessing the spirit of revelry, Farina's elemental burst creates a stage of bubbles and foam that deals AoE hydro damage based on her max HP, and causes all party members to enter the Universal Revelry state. While in Universal Revelry state, each time a nearby party member's HP rises or falls, Farina gains 1 stack of fanfare per 1% of their max HP that is gained or lost. The damage dealt by, and incoming healing bonus of, all nearby party members will be increased based on Farina's fanfare. When the duration ends, all stacks of fanfare are clear.
Если Фурина мне упадет, поставлю ее вместо Елань.
The tides of life ebb and flow like an endless waltz. After unlocking the talent Endless Waltz, when the active character in your party receives healing, if the source of the healing is not Farina herself and the healing overflows, then Farina will periodically heal a nearby party member by a certain percentage of their max HP for a short duration afterward. While Farina prefers the Opera House stage to the theater of combat, she has some insight into the common ground between battle and acting. Just a little fanfare can turn an impromptu performance into a tour de force. Farina's primary tool in combat is her elemental skill, with which she summons her entourage to assist her in battle. By switching between her guests with her charged attack, she can change her Arca alignment to suit the demands of the battle. When energy is full, Farina fashions a stage out of foam and bubbles. As she accrues fanfare from her fellow party members, she bolsters their combat capabilities, building up to a glorious finale fit for the finest opera. While I can't claim much expertise when it comes to opera, I have heard that actors often rehearse in front of the mirror. On the one hand, they need to immerse themselves in the character in a scene, and on the other, they must see themselves from the perspective of the audience to decide whether their act is emotionally compelling. I'm sure that Farina, too, has spent time adjusting her technique in front of the mirror all alone. But I wonder, who is it that she really sees looking back at her?
Ну, беру. И я успел даже пиццу съесть, поэтому возвращаемся. Так.
Oh no, it's a dead end! Let's try climbing over from the side.
Звуки чела с кредиткой. Please take my money, grab my wife, and give me a new one. Take my real life wife and give me the wife. Но это все рофл, это все рофл. О, пшеница. О, пшеница. Мне нравятся такие узкие коридоры. Что здесь? Угу. Что-то огромное, большущее. Ты что такое? Ну, сейчас посмотрим. Может быть, из-за этой штукенции сейчас все тут... Ого. А что так камера сейчас? Я не могу регулировать. Ой, ёб твою мать! Ёб твою мать! Это все опять Селест. О, нет. Только не третья потеря за сегодняшний день. Только не третья потеря за сегодняшний день. Ой, она жива. Фух.
Demoiselle.
Да. Были еще две.
Demoiselle, what are you doing
А вот и
here
они,
by
кстати.
yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
Oh, was I sleeping?
Ну, потерял не я, потеряла Навия.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. Have I? This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for.
Будут сегодня.
Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor, Obina, was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom. I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation. I hope you won't refuse.
Ah, did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Malus, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, Demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's Flowers.
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be off here. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right. Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously. I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it. And why are there so few people around here? Where did everyone go?
We must mind the time, demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Huh? We do? Like what?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
My trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the Opera House?
Yes, she's right, demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
Oh? All right then.
Чего? Чего? Ничего не понял на самом деле отсюда.
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
Это будет продолжаться.
Attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly excited about something. I even know some of these people. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. Why are so many people here? And why do I have no recollection of this case? And as for the judge... huh? Where's Monsieur Neuvillette?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right. But are you sure you can stand behind me?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me where Monsieur Neuvillette is? And why I'm standing trial?
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me to explain. As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rosula, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rosula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. You are one with us. We are inseparable. We are one big family, all of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't possibly do without you. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
Huh? What are you saying?
Она хилит.
Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but
Я бы ее назвал
what is the
мега-саппортом.
purpose of having me stand here like this? What is there to discuss?
Ah, well, if that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro, and in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice. Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle. And that is how we will enforce justice.
Ugh, my head... It hurts.
Demoiselle.
Silver, it hurts. My head is
Я
spinning.
тоже нихуя не понимаю.
All I can see is stars swirling in front of me. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all.
Наверное.
Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Она упала в воду.
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying? No more excuses!
He says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us!
Miss Navia, she...
Silence!
That's...
Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Malus. Silver.
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, demoiselle.
Farewell.
Блять, они должны были меня затоптать, сука.
No, wait! Just a second!
Navia?
You're awake. Good.
Ой, Невилет здесь.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I...
What is it?
I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
Значит, растворенные люди превращаются в океанидов?
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
Please come with me.
Neuvillette, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing to talk about?
I suppose so.
Кстати, Сиджвин попросила передать тебе привет.
Ah, Sijwin. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sijwin would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sijwin made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the fortress of Meropide.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then.
Давай, Паймон, ты же у нас эксперт по разговорам.
So, Neuvillette, you're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
Вроде бы 40 минут назад она очень хорошую мысль сказала, а сейчас что с ней?
This isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else.
Кстати, это полумелюзина, получеловек будет играбельный. И вроде как хиллер. Да ладно, страйхиллер. Она должна быть хиллером, не киллером.
I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Yeah, we originally originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
Надеюсь, Навия скоро оправится от горя. Как ее зовут, я забыл? Сиджвин вроде бы. Сиджвин.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
Так, секундочку. Может, сундучок где-то есть? Жалко не буквально пополнение в нашей команде. Тут все равно моя стандартная пачечка и все. А, ребят, мы даже не стали фигачить челика. Так, я хочу зайти тогда внутрь сначала. Будет смешно, если окажется, что это типа такой маленький шорткат, чтобы типа не бить этого беднягу Хиличурла. Я просто хочу найти лишние сундучки, если они тут есть. Но здесь больше ничего особо не вижу. Окей. Да, у меня 100% гарант. Блин, чё, серьезно? Так, точно нигде нету сундука? Сундука-рундука точно нигде нету? Капец. Его реально можно было обойти. Ах ты ж, блин. Ох, блин. И здесь тоже. Капец. Вот теперь долго сидим и думаем. Либо консты выбивать, либо оружку. Консты или оружка, консты или оружка.
More speed.
Так. Ёлкарни, бабай. О, сундучок. Там больше ничего нету. Видимо, да. Больше здесь ничего нету. Чё, как оно? Сюжетку проходим. Здорово. А здесь побольше гостей уже. Нет, еще не выбивали. Сюжет смешной. Я ни хера до сих пор не понимаю, что в сюжете. Пассия будет позже. Я сейчас пока до сих пор думаю, либо крутить Фурину и ее консты, либо же крутануть Фурину и потом крутануть оружку. Я не знаю, блин. А чё по оружке? Оружка, оружка, оружка. Вот такая вот оружка. С крит уроном в подстаты. Нет тебя. Ну, блин, ну, единственная, кстати, замена, плюс-минус нормальная, это, наверное, будет верфь. неплохой оружкой. Там на ХП оно. А ХП это то, что, в принципе, нам нужно будет. Крути оружие. Ты хочешь, чтобы Фурина ходила с трубой или элегантной шпажкой? Окей, все. Выбиваю оружку, ребят. Узнайте, что впереди. А что впереди?
Looks like we've reached the end.
Уговорил. Мастер уговоров.
There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
На стенах что-то есть. Или на стенах. Мне похуй. О, я уже вижу тут.
It seems like they were put here as an offering. Could we take them down and have a look?
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
And is that Lady Farina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
Да, очень похоже на пророчество. Лаванду поделись.
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it. Most likely due to us missing the first slate. I am very sorry.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
Последовательность на третьем и четвертых рисунках нарушена.
That's right. If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
Красивую нашел для Хутавы просто аватарку, поэтому поставил ее. Так. И второй рисунок тоже вызывает вопросы.
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw these slates?
But who would have created these slates and left these words here?
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Так. Кстати, тут больше ничего такого нету подозрительного. Да, в принципе, вроде бы и нет. Ямакиря почти 60-й ранг. Почти. Почти. Мне надо потрогать траву тогда. Срочно. Не надо трогать. Мне надо трогать траву. Срочно.
I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
You still have energy for that, Navia? Paimon's already beat.
Just head back to the Fluvsandra and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company all this time.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone. Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion with you.
Хорошо, увидимся завтра.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem? Paimon's getting a little scared now that it's come to this.
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
All right, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fluvsandra is always open to you as ever.
Звучит
so
сексуально.
Please don't think you're an imposition. All right. I'll be on my way then.
We're finally back!
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Yay! And there's good food too! Navi, no, the boss is the best.
Паймон, ты тоже здорово потрудилась.
Ooh, desserts! Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
Oh, that voice.
А чё тут Мона делает?
It is.
А чё здесь Мона делает?
It's you two. What are you doing in Fontaine?
Госпожа Мегистус.
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontanian, are you, Mona?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadt surname?
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change
Она
that
себе
name.
позволяет столько денег
nothing
на
for it,
такие
really.
поездки.
She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you
Откуда деньги,
put that
блядь?
into your genealogy as well?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one.
Могу я узнать, как зовут твою наставницу?
Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Нихера себе.
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it also mean great or something?
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice-as-great Scholar of the Stars. Just take it as a title specific to astrologists.
Thrice as great? That's so petty.
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Talk about excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
Или трижды обжорливая Пайман.
Anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona? You're from
Тебя должны звать Мона с порванными
Well, I was
колготочками.
born in Mondstadt, yes.
Зачем она
My
их порвала,
parents
блин?
migrated to Dorman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean.
Это из трейлера. Мона, ты прибыла в Фонтейн из-за пророчества?
That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less scary.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of all Tevat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar.
Мне нужно убедиться в правдивости пророчества.
Are you sure? All right, I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your face. I'll tell you once I hear back from her.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as always.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you. Of all the people we know, you know the star's the best.
Indeed, indeed. That's the spirit.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come find you two again.
Не выебывайся.
quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks.
Ладно, мы и правда расшумелись.
Right, but we were able to recruit Mona's help, didn't we? Our Fontanian friends will thank us someday. Good morning. To be honest, I'm still feeling kind of sleepy. But it's time to get up, Traveler. We agreed to go see Neuvillette, so let's pack it up and get going.
Ну что ж, время отправляться в кабинет Неувиллетта. Неувиллетт.
You're here, finally.
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
О нет, драка. Сейчас взорвутся двери. Нет, не взорвались.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean... they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it.
There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me, your Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
Кажется, Ньювилет сейчас бы бомбанул.
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
Она нарочно что-то скрывает.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh, you noticed. Seems Farina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
Боюсь, одними вопросами тут ничего не добьешься. Она должна осознать всю серьезность ситуации.
Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Здорово, Сава. Ретро, я неправильно прочитал твое сообщение.
Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
В таком случае нам понадобится помощь.
But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Думаю, я знаю, к кому можно обратиться. Нет, я не знаю, к кому.
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what family should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me? No, I don't think I can.
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did.
Oh shit.
And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, Monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So are we going hunting together?
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Верно.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
Сравнение, которое выбрала Кроларинда, остается всего лишь сравнением. Вы не считаете свои действия охотой. У вас совсем другая цель, и ваши отношения с Фуриной пока не настолько испортились. Вам нужно всего лишь выведать ее секреты. Попытка выведать секреты Бога – настоящее кощунство, но вы решаетесь пойти на риск, чтобы Фонтейн не погрузился под воду, как предсказано в пророчестве. Не будет ни охотника, ни дичи, зато будет ловушка. Вам нужно поставить ловушку. Навия выживает после соприкосновения с водой первозданного моря. Love is destructive. Что-то странное название достижения, но ок. Вместе с компаньонами спланируйте ловушку, чтобы вы смогли провести суд над божеством. Господи.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening.
После такого совещания страшно хочется есть.
Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but
Уже не в
everyone
терпении
seems
от ожидания
pretty fired up,
гачи-мучи.
huh?
Я тоже. Я прыгаю тут у себя до сих пор.
Be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised.
Теперь ты чувствуешь себя увереннее?
Well, it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Huh?
Что такое?
Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all.
Я ничего не делал. На чем прыгаешь? На стуле, не на пенисах.
Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea.
Нет, еще не
I
крутил.
merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Who's that voice? But there's no one here.
Ah, have you forgotten me already?
Это Алиса, что ли?
You are familiar.
Thank you for depositing 5 coins.
The voice from the sky,
Это не Алиса
I fear that
все-таки?
description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong. You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all.
Кто ты и что тебе от нас надо?
Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
Ученица подруги. Она дружит с наставницей Моны? Загадочная Энн из ведьминого Шабаш? Позволь задать тебе один вопрос. Исполнится ли пророчество о
The
Фонтейне?
prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed?
Неужели не бывает никаких исключений?
Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
Чая почти не осталось.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
The voice. It's gone.
Ведьма Энн. Это и есть твоя подсказка?
I want to hear someone talking. All right, coming.
Ты стала такая старательная, Пайман.
Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Как ты провела эти дни?
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes! It was Charlotte. You remember her, right? That daredevil journalist? I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Вообще-то, к нам уже приходили.
Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
Думаю, она пришла нам что-то передать.
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so... perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
Да, она хотела нам дать подсказку, но когда мы можем понять истинный смысл и ценность? Или ее слова были лучшим из возможных ответов на мой вопрос?
Traveler, Paimon, are you two all right?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for, and believe in, miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what N was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff... I need to get going.
Это ничего, Мона. Спасибо тебе.
It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said, but also kinda sad too. Hey, Traveler, Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Так, ну нам пока не туда, нам сюда.
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on?
Может, мы стали знаменитыми?
Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy, but that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report, a blonde adventurer with their white fairy legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker. Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead?
Похоже на то.
Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
А, все-таки может быть тогда... Ладно, посмотрим.
We're here! Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat?
Пайман опять проголодалась? Неудивительно. Захайпилась чисто. Но это Шарлотта. Ей можно. А пальцем показывать... А сегодня его еще не распродали. Нельзя, чтобы нас опередили.
One slice of cake, please. Someone showed up after all.
Time to do a melusine. Шутка.
Wait, you're the one from the Palace.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
Ого.
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Want to do the melusine?
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe...
Хорошая мысль, Жень. Пайман.
You know, like in the prophecy.
Хорошая мысль.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No.
Сейчас мне Пайман очень напомнила одного человека, поэтому я и сказал другое имя.
No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Ого, с каких пор мы в философию погрузились?
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
Какая же она милашка, господи. Я не могу, она ангелочек, буквально ангелочек. У нее даже на спине есть крылышки.
Paimon's sure this cake will be delicious. It's more delicious than last time, and the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
Паймон очень сейчас депрессивно настроена, мне даже как-то не по себе. Будет смешно, если после сюжетки Фонтейна нахер не станет. Но будем надеяться, что нет. Что? Я видел что-то китайское. Это Шарлотта China Edition?
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Может, поделим выручку?
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work.
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary Traveler and Paimon?
Стоит лишь покормить Паймона, и она вся твоя.
So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
Так, ты правда хочешь взять у меня интервью?
Yeah. Are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and... Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job.
and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
Чё-то мне это не нравится. Вот не знаю, как вам. Вот я скажу честно, а вот мне вот это не нравится.
The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking.
Что?
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do? No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
Будь у меня выбор. Шарлотта была права. Такие размышления вряд ли несут в себе много смысла.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
Думаю, я буду продолжать путешествие.
You mean still traveling?
Да, и ценить каждую секунду, что нахожусь в этом мире.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
За разговором с Паймоном время проходит незаметно. Наступает ночь, вы возвращаетесь в свое жилище, чтобы утром встретить новый день. Следующие несколько дней проходят спокойно. Шарлотта берет у вас интервью на базе Спина ди Росула во Флёв-Сандер. Закончив с делами в Пуассоне, Навиа возвращается на базу. Вы делаете общий снимок. Все идет хорошо.
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meropide.
Второй косяк уже. И что? Не вопросительный знак, а... Блин. Ребята торопились, когда переводили все это. Я в этом уверен. Ты решила, что мы преступники, которых ищет весь Фонтейн?
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him.
Я буду крутить, не ссы. Покручу. Кстати говоря, Санье, хочу поссать. Я пошел поссу. Сейчас приду.
Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Marechaussee Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Marechaussee has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
Я понял.
Good. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
don't worry. This is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, alright then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then.
Ты сразу сообразила.
If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervalet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up too. Cool, huh?
Чтение детективов здорово развило твои способности.
In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come!
Найдите Фурину. Найдите Фурину. Надо найти Фурину. Блин. Прозвучало странно.
Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of death at station. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Баннер открой. Открою. Вот и она, кстати.
That's Farina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Не шуми.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over?
Фурина.
Who's that? Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects, come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were, disturbing my enjoyment of the arts? They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Maréchaussée Phantom are freaking out right next to them too.
Фурина, хватит ломать комедию.
Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they? That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Farina just ran off.
Опять исчезла.
Quick, we have to catch up with her.
Что-то мне это напоминает. Не могу вспомнить только.
whose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
Из одной инди-игры напоминает помещение.
Paimon's exhausted.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they
Iron
displayed.
Но, мен. Здесь плохая звукоизоляция.
You're right. Yep, that's a good girl.
Блять. That's a good girl.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Видимо, случилась новая катастрофа.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Neverlette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Амогус подорожал, ребят. Извините, инфляция. Фурина понемногу успокаивается и заводит разговор.
I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways too to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
И все равно для тебя это не повод сдаваться, верно?
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
Но еще, что больше не осталось никакой надежды.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end.
У нее щечки такие, блин.
That's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
У нас мало времени. Мы не успеем, если опять начнем все сначала. Мне нужно больше информации. Фурина, ты не должна нести это бремя в одиночку. Я не знаю, что ты скрываешь, но твой народ будет только рад разделить с тобой твою ношу.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
Даже если ты не хочешь снять с себя часть ноши, ты все равно можешь кому-то довериться. Расскажи обо всем мне. Я буду свидетелем.
A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, Then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
Времени совсем не осталось. Ну же, Фурина. Не тяни, блядь. Это плохо. Нифига себе. Вот это магический трюк. Ни хера себе.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god?
Она подняла.
I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice! This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice! One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words, this shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine! The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Woohoo! Oh, now we're making history!
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Да, Ваша честь.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent. So, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself.
В Фонтейне либо драма,
We
либо
arranged
суд,
for a second group to
либо
lie in
смерть.
wait there.
So, you mean, the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And
Мелузины.
their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Areneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human.
Ну и
My
ну.
thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Прости.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
Нет, я об этом даже вообще ничего не знал.
Oh?
Моей задачей было дать тебе последний шанс. Мы надеялись, что ты поделишься с нами своим секретом, пока волшебный ящик еще не выкатился на сцену.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Да, теперь остается только одно — провести суд над Гидроархонтом. Сука, вот я вот самое последнее, что было в моих предположениях, так это то, что мы будем судить самого, бога справедливости. Иронично как-то даже. И все равно я не могу отделаться от мысли о том разговоре. Что хотела сказать мне Фурина перед тем, как очутилась на сцене?
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte!
Они так казуально говорят: «О, здорово!»
Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine!
Ну как же тут Шарлотте, блин, не быть?
We can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument.
Очень полезный подарок. Никогда бы не подумал, что его можно использовать таким образом.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it.
Я скачивал обновление 90 часов.
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right.
В разгар первого выступления Линии Линет в оперном театре развернулась трагедия. Хотя с них были сняты все обвинения, их личности как агентов Дома Очага были раскрыты.
I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence.
Оказалось, что фонтейнцев можно растворить водой из первозданного моря. В течение многих лет Вашер похищал и растворял девушек для своих экспериментов, пытаясь найти способ вернуть свою жену, которая была растворена в результате несчастного случая.
This is the first time Monsieur Nervillet had a difference of opinion with the oratories. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out.
Хоть Нювилетта считала Чайлда невиновным, Оратрис все равно вынесла обвинительный приговор, и даже Фурина не знала почему.
A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something.
Во время дипломатической встречи со слугой она рассказала, что уже самостоятельно исследовала Фурину и считает возможным, что Фурина не только не является архонтом, но и поражена каким-то проклятием.
The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think.
Вход в первозданное море запечатан под запретной зоной в крепости Меропид, и не так давно море чуть не вырвалось наружу, лишь сила Нювилетта смогла оттеснить его на некоторое время.
According to Monsieur Nervillet, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time.
Во сне вы видели Чайлда, плывущего по морю, и огромного кита.
I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers.
Во время исследования руин в окрестностях Пуассона они начали разрушаться. И Навия упала в воду, в которой содержалась вода первозданного моря. Только защита погибших членов Спина ди Расула не позволила ей раствориться.
The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
Энн связалась с тобой через твое сознание. Она считает, что пророчество обязательно исполнится, но тебе нельзя терять надежду.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Nervillet. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking our duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah, even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
Huh. An argument with near impossible odds, huh? You have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Люди верят, что ты архонт, потому что привыкли верить.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
Надо подумать, что особенного мы знаем о Фурине.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Например, проклятие.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
Неважно, кто дал нам информацию. Сейчас важнее выяснить правду.
A curse. I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Neverlet?
Итак, Фурина, ты не архонт, а человек, несущий на себе проклятие?
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Ебать, это так напоминает Reddit. Складывается впечатление, что это как будто реально люди из Reddit такие: а Фурина не архонт, Фурина не архонт, Фурина не архонт. И все так в унисон кричат, и тут то же самое.
Don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine.
Один высрал, и все поверили.
Only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the endomydium that is used in every aspect of life.
Стоп, тот процесс доказал, что Фурина не имеет никакой власти над Оратрис. Какие свидетельства того, что Фурина не является хозяйкой Оратрис? Ну, например, осуждение Чайлда, это уж наверняка.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your
Вообще
current
ГГ тупень.
circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice in the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought. you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
Goodbye, Sveta.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
Хорошо, давайте пока оставим Оратрис. Госпожа Фурина, не могли бы вы продемонстрировать нам свою силу Архонта?
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Покажите свое владение силой Гидра. Этого будет достаточно.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium!
Да я не обижен, Света. Господи, пихуй. Нет, еще не крутил, Сенка.
Isn't that a huge
Да, Света, так и есть. Да, господи, не надо это объясняться. Чё, иди Самурай Джек смотреть, я тебе тогда уж напишу, когда крутки будут. Если сильно любопытно.
Seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please, you've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Ну, на запись посмотришь, короче.
That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real?
Ну, то есть Дендро Архонту ГГ поверил и сразу же решил помогать ему до конца. А сейчас уже решил просто уже перейти на сторону Фатуи. Если мы не можем доказать, что она не является Архонтом, стоит попробовать доказать, что она простая смертная. А если она простая смертная... Какие факты подтверждают того, что Фурина человек? Уже не связано. А что если...
That doesn't sound right.
Да, это не то тогда. Ну, это, наверное, единственное. Но я не знаю, как это связано вообще. Это связано? А, ну ладно.
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time
Все
that
просто
I'll
ждут
speak out of
крутки.
turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
И ведь она пошла. Фурина?
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Hey!
Она...
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewin? If you're present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Ой, она все-таки... Она все-таки выбралась из крепости Миропит.
Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewin.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved! Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe... You...
А что это было? Фурина не могла не осознавать последствий своего поступка. Очень на нее не похоже. Неужели ей важнее доказать свою божественность? Но она ведь давно на все махнула рукой.
Listen And you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater. Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water? Please, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
Эх. Мне так ее жалко, блин.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections,
Этот суд
we will
прошел.
move on to the final judgment.
Этот суд слишком быстро закончился, однако. Ублюдок. Соглы.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. Just too stacked against her now.
Уже похоже на хоррор на самом деле.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is guilty. We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal to render the final verdict on the charges.
Напомнила кроткую Старрейла теперь.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, Farina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
Неужели Оратрис признала Фурину невиновной?
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah, even Vacher wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Но что еще более странно, Оратрис объявила виновной не Фурину, а Гидроархонта.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Под конец просто начинается откровенная шиза. Я что-то уже начинаю видеть это. Пиздос. Будет ли вообще момент, когда все объяснят, а?
Fremine! Oh, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
С помощью Фатуи Фремине выносит каменную плиту на сцену.
That the first prophecy slate?
Ну-ка, ну-ка.
So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
Нет, еще не поздно.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates, and would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Мне так жалко Фурину теперь, бле.
So what do you see? What is it?
Здесь изображено, как предыдущий Архонт обращается к своей силе, чтобы превратить океанидов в людей.
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kind of talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Изображения на плитах связаны с реальными событиями.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
Выберите возможность проверки описаний на каменных плитах, чтобы извлечь из них ключевую информацию. Сценарий, связанный с содержимым каменных табличках, можно найти в данных, записанных в блокноте интервьюера. Там же можно провести подтверждение. По мере продолжения процесса подтверждения уровень воды фонтанов в интерфейсе меню будет повышаться. По окончании проверки всех каменных табличек раскроется истинный смысл пророчества.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turned. Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else?
Да лучше бы затопило нахуй этих чертей. У них Лоля, Архонты так себя ведут.
Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
Но я бы не сказал, что Фурина Лоля. Я бы ей 18 дал бы. Так. На нем изображен бывший гидроархонт. Так, давайте уж сначала. Каменные плиты на руинах, на которых изображено пророчество, описывающее историю будущего. Первый фрагмент, который первоначально отсутствовал, нашел Фремине. На нем изображен бывший гидроархонт, использующий божественную силу для превращения океанидов в людей. Так, каменные плиты на руинах. Это второй фрагмент. На нем изображена парящая в небе Селестия и поклоняющийся ей гидроархонт и его народ. Но небеса все равно обрушивают на них кару. На нем изображен гидроархонт, окруженный множеством людей, погружающийся в море. Эта сцена практически идентична той, что описано в пророчестве, распространенному по всему Фонтейну. Жители в конце концов растворяются в воде, а гидроархонт будет сидеть на своем троне и плакать. Подтвердить истину. Ага. Правда об исчезновении девушек.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
Так. Может быть, вот это?
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervalette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, has recorded on the stone slates. It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
Бля, только сейчас осознал, что третья плита — это то, что мы сейчас пережили. Блядь. Ну и сейчас нас будет ждать четвертая плитка. А, не то? Ок.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truth should come to light.
Походу. I guess.
You can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
Из первой плиты явствует, что уроженцы Фонтейна не настоящие люди.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
Из плиты можно заключить, что преступление Гидроархонта состоит в сотворении фонтейнцев.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratries judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty, It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
Третья плита. Все же мне кажется, что она должна быть последней.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
На четвертой плите изображено, как исполняется всем известное нам пророчество.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete,
Гидроархонт на
I
стуле
shall make
и
another
плачет,
attempt
что
to
люди не
decipher the
растворяются.
narrative recorded
Бля.
within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Well? Did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids.
Так вот как это работает.
Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing.
Это я, literally я.
Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the 3rd and 4th stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
Значит, последовательность верна? В таком случае, что изображено на третьей плитке?
A key point of the visual on the 3rd slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of Trials and Justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the Court of Justice. Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
Не знаю. Кажется, что выхода нет.
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate, you probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
Неужели... Что же является истинной причиной катастрофы?
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
Мне кажется, они вообще никого как персонажа не раскрыли. Тайна, которую хранит крепость Меропит, это вход в первозданное море. Хотя Невлет снова запечатал его, но как долго это будет продолжаться? Возможно, отсюда и начнется катастрофа, предсказанная в пророчестве. А не. Вот это.
It was both dream and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Я надеюсь, свиданки с Фуриной хоть немного, но Фурину раскроет. Буду надеяться. Ну все, начинается, ребят. Ой, блядь, ты... Ебать, Чайлд ультанул. Чайл, ты немножко перестарался со своей ультой, однако. Она у тебя вышла из-под контроля, мен. Контролируй свою ульту, мен. Ебать, Чайлд, зачем ультанул? И что это было?
That was way too close! How did that thing just
Да, думаю, тот самый кит, с которым встречался Чайлд.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Indeed, будут жрать нас.
That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late.
Что ты хочешь сказать?
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Indeed, that's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled.
Бесполезно. Мы не можем бороться с судьбой. Стоп. Если все дело в судьбе...
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Выходит, даже если пророчество исполнится, у них все равно остается путь к спасению? Неужели я что-то упустил? Мы Фурину оставили, она плакает там до сих пор. Фурина, блядь. В такой момент еще использовать звук. Ну, блядь, Денис, ну ты, конечно, молодец. Что она хотела сказать тогда в огромном волшебном ящике? Что у нее за секрет? Ну и теперь Фурина не скажет, однако. А чё Аратрис делает?
What's happening with the Oratrice?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
А кому? Все-таки она действительно гидроархонт?
No, I still need answers.
О, нет. Чё это за волшебная машина, блять? Мне это уже не нравится. Ну и видок.
You.
Чего?
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Farina.
Блять.
The sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor. Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in.
У нее даже голос как
I
будто
spent a
другой.
terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Я коснулся слез Фурины. Ёшкин-кошкин. Может, это внутренний мир Фурины? Фурина? Что она делает на сцене? Возможно, это не Фурина, а проекция ее внутреннего «я». Может быть, если обратиться к этому «я» напрямую, то мне будет легче узнать все необходимое? Я пришел за ответами. Эту возможность нельзя упускать. Попробую поговорить с ней. Этих призраков Геншин. Самый здравый фанат в Геншине.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
Да ладно, это же я. Фурина?
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
Но тут же нет публики.
Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me.
Я надеюсь.
I must at all times display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Так не пойдет. До нее не достучаться. Даже в собственном сознании она продолжает играть роль Гидроархонта. Какой же решимостью она должна обладать, чтобы ее внутреннее я, подсознание имели такую непробиваемую защиту? Нужно найти способ. Отключите все прожекторы? Чего? Это реально сработает? Но...
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Illusion shattered!
Hold the line!
Crush!
Выглядит слишком сюрреалистично.
Beg for mercy.
Hey, what gives?
Please
the
give me
audience is still
cough.
watching me, though. Guards? Wait, where are the guards?
Please give me
Да вот.
Give me cup.
Inazuma shines eternal.
Тут даже свет, блин, очень странный. Очень стрёмное освещение здесь. Еще немного, и потом здесь будут скримеры, я уверен. Все прожекторы потухли. Кажется, я получил сейчас какой-то сигнал. Это был ее истинный голос? Билет? Как он здесь оказался? Похоже, представление начинается. Покажи, что ты на самом деле чувствуешь, Фурина. Я играю Фурину.
Farina. Farina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me?
Эх, если бы это была бы
Where
правда.
are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human, my ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role, that of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Пиздец.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people.
Ну, такие щечки милые, блин.
Say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural.
Набраться храбрости.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, your new Archon.
Вести себя естественно.
In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice.
Вежливо закончить.
Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Farina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play. Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Your future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech.
Укрепить уверенность.
My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin.
Пустить пыль в глаза.
The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine.
И закончить шокирующим финалом.
There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
О, тут уже бегать даже можно.
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette.
Сука, это реально цирк.
Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right, Deuteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise God. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Блин, сложно как-то сказать, что я сейчас ощущаю, блин, но... Знаете, как-то разделенно себя ощущаю. Таки, в итоге, Фурина... Она смертный, как бы, человек. Как-то, блин... Не так за нее обидно, типа, блин.
As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner
Да,
of
так и
signs
есть, ретро.
indicate that the
Так и
prophecy
есть.
will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Нужен тролл диспейр. Добавлю потом.
Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy.
Ой, теперь спать. Спать вместе с Фуриной, спать вместе с Фуриной, спать вместе с Фуриной. Эх, блин.
I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. All right, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Еще один акт такой же?
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Farina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about.
Это так у нее каждый день?
Don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Ёбаный. Бро.
Lady Farina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Deoteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer, a descendant of a line most ardent.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Are you crying?
Uh-huh. Really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries, but there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Нет, нет, нет.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Это мой голос? Это сцена. Как мы оказались в гигантском волшебном ящике? Отлично. Я и не думал, что эта сцена повторится в ее внутреннем мире. В этот раз я наконец узнаю, что она хотела мне сказать.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case... He's right. I could confide in him, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Farina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright? Farina, You've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard.
Ой, да, очень вкусно, очень вкусно. Блять, весь рот у меня теперь в крови. Буквально.
No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Fine.
Мне так жалко Фурину.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness, and Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
Почему я подозревал, что так и было?
I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it?
Теперь это хотя бы закрепилось.
Your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
all you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontanians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on, that should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontanians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Nervillet, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalors. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervillet. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Без метал пайпа, ребят. Пожалуйста, без метал пайпа. Бля. Они сделали то же самое, что и с Рукодеватой. Или как ее там звали? Капец, он плакает.
I, Iudex Nuvillet, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Ну, как сказали, у нее проклятие вроде бы. Не? Блять, даже я пролил слезу, сука.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
Так и есть.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
Но разве богиня сейчас не умерла?
We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the primordial sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
Сейчас?
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice.
Ты имеешь в виду меня?
The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Щищ. Это уже что-то вне реальности. Хотя ладно, я когда в Ирминсуль заходил, было в принципе такое же впечатление. Ёб твою мать!
Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon power. We shall look for an opening together.
There is no it.
I can feel its sorrow turn into hostility.
Тут бы Ганьюй пригодилась мне.
More speed.
Shudder. The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself.
И этого хуил надо будет фармить для Фурины, I guess. Ёб твою мать, бежим, 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 бежим. Нас закинули в Doom Eternal. Нас закинули в Doom Eternal. А чё я так мало дэмэджа наношу? Его электрорезист?
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
Да. Блять. Я как будто не в Геншин играю. Чё, больно было? Я какого-то твоего дружка зафигачил. Киря, ты зачем запустил Devil May Cry 3? Я не знаю, мен. Я не знаю. Превращаем его в маленького крокодильчика. Бля. Ой, ёб твою мать, а ты кто? Стоять, она и Чайлда еще туда закинула? Опа, Скирк.
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but oh well.
Я сюжет Лиюэ проспал.
It's just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime.
Пиздец.
Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Ученик?
That power. Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals.
Держать всепожирающего нарвала в роли домашней зверюшки?
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats
Ничего
too
себе,
much.
соск.
And I have more
Really,
important
man?
things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master?
Света, помни, что ты на Твиче.
Master.
Помни, что ты на Твиче.
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
Кто? Да, я увидел.
Unfamiliar with that name.
Я увидел.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
Ну и ебалу, Скирк.
The Fowl?
И прическа говёная. А, кстати, Ангел, хотел спросить, кто у тебя апогей из вайфушек?
Better Fulnir then? Or Gold Rhine-daughter?
Не, есть, мне кажется, уже есть. Хутао. Хутао апогей.
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine-daughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, The fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
Тут нечему удивляться, Пайман. В конце концов, это естественно. Пророчество должно было исполниться. Мы знали об этом, и это факт. Но все же...
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Да не ты. Блять, то есть Фонтейна все? Больше нет? Или все-таки есть возможность реверснуть все это? Фонтейн утонул, Света. Вот что произошло. Не, сейчас буду крутить уже. But I will. I'm gonna cry man right now. Все-таки им простили грехи. А, все-таки реверсается. А, нет, не реверсается. А вот и корабль Ризли.
All hands initiate emergency rescue.
А вот Фриминет бегает. Ой, плывет, I mean.
Look, the water's receding.
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Are you alright?
We're saved. The prophecy was wrong.
Ля, как прикольно.
The Solo renewed! The Spina di Rosula talks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di Rosula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, boon or bane of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once-overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Courier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
Просто мы не знакомы с ними в этой роли.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Courier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
После этих статей мне и правда хочется узнать, что будет дальше. Ай, блядь.
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to
По башке прилетело. Нереально буквально по башке, сука, прилетело.
You'll only know when you get there.
Эпилог. Шо ж, наконец-то эпилог. Сейчас будут крутки, ребята. Держитесь, крепитесь. Еще немножко, и будет все. Все будет. Все будет. Отправляйтесь в Пуассон. А то я спать хочу. Ладно, пощажу вас. И идем тогда в Эпиклес. Ну и... А где лучше, кстати? В Фонтане Люсин или все-таки лучше в театре покрутить? Как думаете? Да, в курсе, но там типа нужно что-то делать. Не, Света, я других персонажей в канаве обычно ролю. Канал. Сука. Как-то быстро восстановился Фонтейн после того, что произошло. Действительно. Админ пофиксил. Ctrl-Z. Не, пророчество фигня. Наверх? На место Фурины? Так, напомните. А где у нас именно ее место? Оно ж не где-то здесь сверху, или... Или все-таки... Вот здесь обычно Ньювилет сидит, да? Щит. Самый верх. А, во! Ля, как туда забраться? Самый верх, я вижу теперь. Ёпта, как? Как-то туда забираться, однако. Гео-ГГ. Ок. И Кадзуха. Ок. Дед Гео-ГГ. Кадзуха страйк. Но у меня нету. А, ты не можешь не зайти, потому что ты обновляешь Геншин. I remember now. Ребят, точно хотите именно, чтобы я на самый верх забрался? Я думаю, сцена была бы примечательней. О, пиздец. И мама ругается. Бля, пиздец. Бля, сдос. Бля, я обожаю вас, чат. Вы самый охуительный чат, который только может быть. Да, я хочу. Ну, тогда вам придется потерпеть, пока я тут... Бля. Во. Что если мне... Так, как-нибудь вот так посмотрим. Ну-ка. Так, ок. А я могу еще один камень зафигачить? О, отлично, могу. Так, отлично. Почти добрались. Надеюсь, я правильно иду. Надеюсь, я правильно иду. Ой, щит. Как-то не так вышло. Так, ладно, неважно. Главное, что мы идем вроде бы правильно. Блядь! Блядь! Кошмар! А что если... Нет, оно не хочет туда идти, по стене. Я пытаюсь ее просто на стену повесить, но, похоже, из меня херовый будет техник, потому что я нифига не могу это сделать. Сейчас это сделаем. А, бля. Сцена театра. Может тогда реально по сцене театра дальше идти? Вроде бы одинаково было бы. А тут еще есть какая-то хрень. Вот, на эту я могу забраться? Нет, оно вниз сразу фигачит. Окей, давайте в театр. Лучше вот по этой стенке пойдем. Во! Что-то да другое. Мне кажется, я куда-то не туда лезу. Ну и главное не упасть на... Не упади! Блять! Теряю прогресс. Кстати, если что, я даже видеотуториалы не делал. Как я вижу, ты еще не крутил, да? Я пытаюсь забраться на самый верх, чтобы сделать крутки. Блять, ну не могу! Так, и... Вот так. Достань на сцену, не мучи жопу. Я буду мучить жопу. Блять! Ай, бля. На миду. На мидл задел. А где? Понял, где я. Так, в общем. Я панк, мне похуй. Окей, Кирь, пох, давай на сцену. Не. Я доведу это дело до конца, блять. Я доведу ее, сука. Я это, блядь, сделаю, чтобы это бы мне не стоило. Вы придурки, вы зачем ему сказали? Стоямба, а это чё? Стоямба, так я уже здесь. Ну что, ребятки? Влага это не было так долго. Ой. Игорь, ты за меня решил все-таки зафигачить. Сейчас. Активируется. Бля. Время джекпота, ребят. Начинается. И парочку мышапов сразу закину туда. Сейчас, подождите. Эту кюке. Это кюке. $209. Поехали. Хуйня. Шарлотта, выпади тоже, кстати. Шарлотта тоже должна выпасть. Я еще и на Шарлотту, считайте, кручу. О, то, что надо. Опять колей. Опять колей. Неплохой лук, в принципе. Нет, не надо ломать колени колеи. Она лапочка. Выпадает все, но не Шарлотта. И не Фурина. Опять колеи. Опять колеи. С6 колей, погнали. Кстати, сейчас Бейбоу выпала. Ну почему не Шарлотта? Шарлотта пришла! Юй! Есть! Так, дальше должна быть Фурина. Хуяк! Хуяк! Фурина, домой! Yes!
Есть пробитие.
За лопо-лопо. Yes! Все, что я могу сказать, это в час ночи, это... Бля! Fuck yes! Спасибо. Спасибо большое. Всем большое спасибо. Я очень ценю это. Всем большое спасибо. Мы страдали на протяжении 4 минут, чтобы мы просто увидели момент, когда ко мне придет Фуриночка домой. Я плакаю сейчас, ребят. Спасибо большое. Спасибо большое всем. Спасибо. Господи. Господи, я не могу. Вот она, милашка. Она теперь с нами. Ну что ж. Время оружейки. Подождите.
Witness my magnificent.
А, подождите. Во. Сейчас сделаем курс. Естественно, мы на эту пушечку идем. Поэтому берем блеск тихих вод. Ну что, ребятки, готовы на ультра-хардкор? Я сейчас потрачу все крутки на это, боюсь. Let's fucking go. Поехали. Нет, мы выбиваем сегодня здесь все и сейчас. Потому что сюжетку проходили, поэтому вырубил временно. И то, я хотел включать только джекпот сегодня. Пожалуйста, пожалуйста, пускай это будет меч. Блядь. Я въебал бабло.
Ёбаный рот этого казино, блядь.
Ну, пиздец. У меня теперь 2 таких бублика. У меня целых 2 таких сейчас бублика. Ну вот кто это придумал, сука? Наебнуть вас надо. Разницы бы не было бы, наверное, ретро. Что-то хуйня, что-то. Ну, оружка всегда такая. Ну, идем в овердрайв. Чё по скаму, бро? Меня заскамили на 300 круток. Пиздос. Хотя у меня было изначально 200. Это да, кста. Мы должны достать самое лучшее оружие для Фурины. Пожалуйста, дайте меч для Фурины. Давай, пожалуйста, пожалуйста. О, да! Оу. Бля. Бля. Блять, сука. Пиздец. 39 круток. Бля, брат, это полный пиздец. Соглы. Я от этого никогда финансово не восстановлюсь.
Ёбаный рот этого казино, блядь.
Я продам свою печень, но меч для Фурины я выбью.
Блядь, этого казино, блядь. Ёбаный рот этого казино, блядь.
Ну все, джекпот кончился. Давайте. Нам нужен этот меч. Допустим. Допустим, я всю зарплату на Геншин спустил, и что с того? Менеджерская зарплата позволяет. Мне тебя жаль. Мне тоже самого себя жалко. После такого люди в кому падают. По-твоему, я еще не упал в кому? Надо на меня. У тебя для этого парень есть. Попробуй под Серегу, пират. Так, подождите, куплю еще одну крутку. Сколько у меня? 42 крутки, возможно, еще. Так что мы достанем этот меч. Пожалуйста! Не. 42 крутки еще дополнительно. Пиздец, я никогда финансово не восстановлюсь после этого. А давайте еще какой-нибудь... О, давайте вот этот джекпот. А давайте банк ограбим, чтобы я мог потом себе позволить меч на Фурину. Поехали. Беру, блин, крутки в кредит. Что ж. И еще 10 круточек. Наконец-то. Господь. Наконец-то. Наконец-то. Мне придется оформлять еще один кредит, чтобы прокормить себя и свою семью теперь. Бля. Пиздец. Не так плохо, ребят. Фурина, это для тебя. Это для тебя. Ты заслуживаешь этого. Держи. Это твое. Я позабочусь о тебе. Тупой меч отражает владельца. Так, ну что ж, своруем теперь те артефакты, которые были у Фарузан. Да, Фарузан у меня служила манекеном для артефактов Фурины. А что вы думали? А что вы думали? Сладких снов, ретро. О, господи, она такая милашка. Господи, это так обалденно. Погнали! Так, давайте сюда. Рэй, не пришлось почку продавать, а вкачать. Ты права, это надо сделать. Господи, я теперь могу ходить до Инадзумы пешком. Господи, боже мой. Да, она ходит по воде, пока работает Ешка. А Ешка восполняется все время. Так что она может бесконечно ходить по воде. Иисусом? Who knows? Может быть. Так, идем к боссу, который нужен для Фурины. Ах да, у него гидра... у него это... У него иммунитет гидра. Как я мог забыть? Но все материалы, какие мог, я собрал. Сегодняшним обновлением только этот босс доступен. Этот босс только сегодня появился.
More speed. Shudder.
Time to get.
There is no escape.
Wind strike. Clouds high. The birds.
Blood of frost. Beg for mercy. More speed. The odds are against. Torn to oblivion.
Let the world collide!
Falling leaves. Adorn my night.
May I present?
Time to go. Wind strike.
Ох ты ж, пиздось. Но все-таки надо прокачать Фурину на хилинг мне.
The show begins. Crush.
Ой. Все поумирали. Кошмар. Я убью его.
More speed. Beg for mercy.
Я убью его. Я его убью.
Crush.
Фух. Ну, Фурину надо прокачивать мне все-таки.
How brilliant!
О, кстати, вот мой ординарий джекпот. Как? Что как? А может, как?
I'm really not accustomed to using a vision. Oh, why don't you teach me? I nearly forgot. You've never used a vision either.
Она может и хилить, она призывает... Смотри, у нее две формы. Я не помню, какая-какая, но вот типа... Либо белая усия, либо пневма, либо наоборот. В общем... Белая форма у нее означает, что она призывает на бой вот этого челика, и он периодически хиляет. А если она меняет форму, то призываются вот эти три дружка. И они это... херачат. А, биполярка, ясно. Она прекрасный персонаж. Господи, я так счастлив, что она уже здесь. 1000 лет. В Азкабане прожил. Ну, сейчас надо компаньона Какоми на сцену, потому что у нас пока слишком часто умирают люди.
All is accounted for.
Вот такие дела. Так, надо дальше прокачивать Фурину. Ты бы еще Барбару в отряд поставил? Бля, поставлю. Бля, поставлю. Так, что теперь надо? А, теперь нам нужны цветочки. Они находятся в лес Ирнии. Которая, кстати, тоже сегодня открылась. Идемте исследуем тогда эту область, пока у меня есть время. Вот он. Вот она, эта область. А что это там впереди появилось? Странная медузка, к ней приближаться пока не буду. А, ну ладно, пускай копают. Пускай дальше играют свой Майнкрафт. Или что там дети играют нынче. Мне лень читать эти способности. Я заметила такую закономерность. Ты симпишь Water Girl. Как туда Райден протиснулась, не знаю. А у нее есть свои способы. О, господи, тут же есть вода. О, нет. Как же я постоянно забываю, что Фурина может ходить по воде. Денис, ты про Кли говоришь, да? Хорошая песенка. Да, Света, я это тоже прочитал. Я понял, что ты ненавидишь. Ого, что тут открылось? А, здесь же еще... А, здесь два. Но нам сюда надо. Меня сейчас забанят. Да не должны пока что. Где она? Где она? Бля, где? Бля, где? Нашел. О, все, найс. Больше не смогу прикольчики писать всякие. Благо их стример видит. Что тебе еще надо для счастья? На ютубе, да, я бы даже и не увидел то, что ты бы написала. На ютубе нынче все часто и часто, чаще и чаще удаляют всякие сообщения. А на Твиче хотя бы дают стримеру посмотреть, что там такое написали. Ну как, могу тебе в ЛС. Мне тоже, Денис. Мне тоже, Денис. Так, нам сюда, потом сюда надо. А, да. Мне снова нужно прокликать. Ребят, знаете, не могу поверить, что я это говорю, но у меня голова оккупирована сейчас Фуриной. О, господи, я только сейчас заметил, что у нее неподобающие крылышки. Это не пойдет. Держи пока эти, пока я не достану. Для Фонтейна адекватные. Кстати, у меня в итоге... Ага, у меня вот какое. У меня все на хпшку тут. Хотя надо бы посмотреть и на это. И на другие статы. Так, что мне пока что сейчас на данный момент? Окей, мне придется дальше тогда... Ой, господи, какая же айдол-анимация классная. Господи. Ладно, меня уже зомбирует эта музыка. Она продолжается целый час, кстати, прикиньте. Она продолжается целый час. Поэтому немножечко поменяем на другую музыку. Беннет спустя десяток обновлений все еще лучший пацан Генша. Но с этим никто не спорит. Даже я его беру в эти... в бездны всякие. Даже лучше аниме боев. You mean анемо боев. Ах да, надо бы оружку прокачать ей. Как раз, кстати, эффекты от Райден тут есть. Найс. И у меня все есть, кстати. Ха! Бля, если вместо Фурины выпадет Делюк, я точно его на стену повешу, причем за яйца. Знаешь, как меня оружейный баннер выебал? Чё ты хреновую оружку не спишь? Лень. Вдруг пригодится. Никогда не знаешь. Вдруг пригодится. Ох, блин, не хватает. Ну ладно. Это лучше, чем ничего. Тем более... О, крит урон какой красивый. Ну, не знаю. Когда-нибудь. Кстати, я уже явно 50 молитв совершил, поэтому да. Будешь каждому лоху по трехзвездочному луку раздавать и дубинки. Дубинки переговоров себе оставлю. Когда в Генша армию будет завтра. Будем ждать. Будем с нетерпением ждать. Межгорода... бля. Неожиданно, ну ладно. Тра-та-та, тра-та-та, мы везем с собой кота, чижика, собаку. Компания такая. Я знаете, чему удивлен? То, что в сюжетке не уделяли вообще времени и месту новым локациям. Так, поможем Фурине немножко. Вот тут должны быть вот эти цветы. Да, вот они. Или нет, это не оно. О, зато тут 3 бабочки буду иметь в виду. Так, надо сделать тут маленькую заметку. Подтвердить. И все. Так, где-то здесь цветок. Или стемба. Или это и есть такие цветочки. А, не, вон они. Вот они. В общем, вот эти цветочки нужны для Фурины. Лилия озер... Да, вот это они. Хм. Чё я взял? Еще 2 цветочка надо. Я не могу. А вот еще 2. Кстати, мне нужно проникнуть в мир каждого подписчика, чтобы украсть цветочки.
The strength gained through my own hard work is truly fulfilling. Thanks for your support.
О, рофлокрутка. Хотите рофлокрутку? Чекайте. Чича момент. Дайте мне хотя бы дубину переговоров. И даже это даже не дубина переговоров. Если не выбью Фурину, впущу. Хорошо, спасибо, Денис.
Illusion shattered.
Time to shine. Strike a pose.
Ого, с кем вы решили подраться, ребят? А это еще что? Так, лучше пойдем мы себя полечим. Сколько восстанавливают? Ага, кстати, я ж могу талант уже прокачивать. А я, благо, нафармил эти штукенцы. Капец. Капец. Пассивка Фурины же также позволяет другим хиляться. Точно, я же забыл. Если есть еще какой-то источник хилинга. О, они еще и телепортируются. А если еще вот так сделать? Кстати, я заметил, что Фурина и все остальные почему-то получают урон. А вот почему они получают урон, еще непонятно мне. Они явно не любят эту штуку. Интересно, почему? Что говорится здесь? Усия. Ага. А если пневмо вызывает певца потоков, которые с определенными интервалами исцеляет ближайших активных персонажей пропорционально максимальному HP. Так, кружащиеся вихри танца пузырьки наносят гидроурон по площади. Ага. Не атакуют ближайших противников через определенные промежутки времени с приоритетом на активного персонажа, нанося гидроурон пропорционально максимальному HP. Если поблизости есть персонажи с уровнем выше 50 HP, участники салона при атаке используют HP этих персонажей, чтобы увеличить силу своей атаки в зависимости от количества персонажей, одолживших HP. Если персонажей доноров HP 1, 2, 3, 4 или более. Наносимый урон участниками салона урон составляет от их изначального урона. А, все-таки вампиризм в этой способности есть. Киря, скинь плейлист с джекпотами. Денис, я должен тебя разочаровать, но все-таки... Короче, это мешапы с джекпотами нету, к сожалению, в спотике. Это типа я вставил в Spotify плейлист на локально на своем компьютере. Я тебе могу скинуть файлы, чтобы ты мог себе джекпоты наскачивать. Но вот сам Spotify не хранит их. Как мирно, блин. Holy shit. Окей, давайте вернемся и дадим пиздюлей этому челику. Мы стали сильнее, и мы ему дадим пиздюлей. Sir, I don't have memory in my hard drive. Oh shit, that's really sad to hear, man.
Shine down, beg for mercy.
Как заказать песню? Сейчас верну возможность заказывать песню. Ой, ёпта. Так, надо восстановить ХП. Куриный хиль. Ща. Ой, ёпта. О, все. Это наконец-то закончилось. Good. Так. О, господи, я так счастлив, ребят. Я просто на 7-м небе от счастья. Но только обидно, что только сегодня мне выпала участь фармить этого босса. Ну, еще мне придется дальше фармить эти. Так, управление наградами, добавить музыку в очередь. Все, вы можете снова заказывать песенки. Добро пожаловать на ночные посиделки. Мне дедлюк выпал. Я прям искренне сочувствую, так как я тоже пострадавшая жертва. Ты глянь на этот ёбаный пиздец. Ну вот я тебе говорю, вот Ты глянь на этот пиздец, блядь. Я сочувствую тебе искренне. Искренне надеюсь, у тебя не будет так, как у меня. Искренне надеюсь, тех вайфушек, которые ты выбиваешь, все-таки все равно они будут пополнять состав в твоем отряде. Я тебе тоже. Так. Вот только знаете, что самое обидное? Я боюсь, я не смогу полностью пока Фурину утилизировать в бездне. Использовать Фурину в бездне, если быть точнее. У тебя хотя бы Кицин есть, и Джин хотя бы есть. Это норм, я считаю. Ну вот С4 делюк это, блядь, отдельный пиздец. Лучше бы чища выпало. Джин и Кицин это те еще мутанты. Но лучше делюка ему. Не могу поверить, что 250 круток просто взяли сейчас и исчезли. Но зато у меня есть довольная мордашка. Тут посмотри на надпись в профиле. Чича, приди. Да, я видел. Джин хотя бы как хиллер норм. Соглы. У меня зато теперь достаточно хиллеров. Киря. Да. What's wrong? Чё как? А, это еще не все. Ого! Ого! Моё! Моё. Я, оказывается, не забрал награды. Ой, тьфу ты, компенсацию за тех работы, которые я проспал. Что ж, пойдем дальше. Материалы для фури. Хотя все, я могу дальше фигачить. Заходи. Нет, не говори, что ты проиграл. Нет. Нет. Денис, ты не проиграл. Ты же ведь не проиграл. У нас и так достаточно потерей было за сегодня. Мы очень много потеряли, Денис. Это Дехия. Пиздец. Но баннер же только начался. Еще 19 дней есть, если уж скруглить так. Ну или 20. Эх. Так, лучше зайду как Райден, чтобы соль... Чтобы не сыпать соль на рану. Хорошо, Денис? Я просто тихонько сворую цветочки. Жаль, не могу свои картинки присылать сюда. О, кстати, промокод, ребятки. Сейчас я отправлю вам промокод. Вы-то меня не сможете забанить, поэтому... Хопа. Хопа, хопа. Уф. Так, нам надо сюда. Что за промокод? В Геншине, I guess. Так, а что это за промокод в итоге? Вкусненько на самом деле. Неплохо. Это не примагемы. Для меня любые ресурсы бесплатные, это кайфы. Кстати, Денис, тебе бы, наверное, покажу. А можно мне промокод в KFC даром похавать? Я подумаю на этот счет, если ты ко мне придешь в ресторан. Я задался великой целью. Так. Я уничтожу Селестию. Не извергну до атомов. Знаешь, учитывая, что у тебя клей еще, блин, на аватарке, это слишком реалистично звучит. Селестия, это которая лошадь? Не-не-не. Лошадь тут никто трогать не будет. Бум-бум, сука. Как Кадариран. I don't know, man. Так, где-то здесь были. А, вот здесь. В итоге вот здесь, здесь. Я в супер ахуе. Я тоже. Я столько денег сейчас потратил. Это пиздец. Так, а где моя карта, блин? Я до сих пор пытаюсь найти карту. Ладно, посмотрим через Reddit. И... Saved. А, во, нашел. Так, в общем, если я не ошибаюсь, я, блин, по карте даже не смогу посмотреть, потому что карта не открыта, гадный. Ладно, вслепую постараемся. Я не буду тебя фигачить. Ладно, вы меня заставили. Имейте в виду, я был с хорошими намерениями. А теперь вы... Охренеть вас до хрена. Ах да, Денис, я тебе открыл сундук. Ты идешь к башне? Не-не-не, тебе нужно на башню, которая повыше. Именно которая повыше, она открывает ту область, которая мне нужна. История с Хутао повторилась. Ну, мне точно не сюда, наверное. Я копил гемы на Кли, но въебал их на другом персонаже. Я копил на Джун Ли изначально, а потом выпала Джин. А потом, когда я увидел Фурину, я понял, что все-таки хочу ее выбить. Ребят, очень странно, наверное, от меня это слышать, но, блин. А представьте, процесс сейвинга примагемов для персонажа, представьте это как будто тебе хочется посрать, но ты держишь в себе. Вот ты сел в туалет, смачно посрал, и вот приблизительно такое же ощущение после того, как ты наконец-то убил того персонажа, на которого очень долго копил. Мне кажется, это очень хорошая аналогия. Хоть и не особо культурно выражающаяся, но, блин. А Мугин это пироархонт? О, нашел. Еще цветочки. Благо вслепую. Project Mugen. Игра. Так, вот здесь еще. О, то самое дерево в трейлере. Может быть, встреча с Фуриной здесь будет проходить. Статуя идет нахуй. А, стоямба, ты не можешь использовать, потому что я здесь с тобой. Ок, давай тогда дисконнектнемся. Так, let's disconnect for a moment. Чтоб ты мог... Вас только что пригласили присоединиться к группе Аниме Сквад. А что это за челики? Кто меня пригласил? Так, ребятки, напомните, кто заведует группой Аниме Сквад? Кто этим заведует? Дайте мне посмотреть. Меня на Твиче пригласили в какую-то группу. Готово. Все, бегу к тебе обратно, Денис. Так, а теперь Twitch TV дэшборд. Сейчас будет легче искать эти штукенции. Так. Настройки. Где оно? Азментус. А больше не Азментус, блин. Шо ж, теперь хотя бы можно ориентироваться здесь. Азментус вайн не произошел. Так. Ну нам сюда, наверное. Плюс-минус самая ближайшая точечка. Что-то не Азментус как-то. А я еще пытаюсь найти, что за аниме сквад. Может, в канале? Кто меня пригласил в аниме сквад? Ты пропустил... А, стоять. Что, я пропустил? Подожди. Оно тут есть где-то? Секунду, что я пропустил, Денис? Что я пропустил? Я пропустил Азментус Вайн или все-таки что-то здесь еще было? Ого. Больше не Азментус Вайн. F в чат, бойс. Азментус больше не Вайн. Так, а теперь достаем карту. Вот здесь должно быть. Так. Да, вот сюда нам. Все нормально, дед лолифицировался. Что это значит? Вот здесь должна быть. Да, вот оно. Превратился в Лолю. Стал новым существом. В каком смысле, что это значит? Ты не понял? Я только сейчас понял. Ребятки, я 6 часов подряд стримлю почти. Дайте мне побыть ступид. Стал новым существом. Я хочу побыть ступид. Что-то здесь не очень хорошо. Давай стрим сна. Нет, такое не будет. Ага, вон оно. Надеюсь, меня не сдуют нахер. Кстати, а меня реально сдувает. Так, где-то здесь еще должна быть. Спасибо большое, ребят. Большое спасибо. О, новые точки телепортейшн активированы. А вот они. Ого, как я, блин, летаю. О, и здесь еще есть. Piece of candy. Вы знаете, я чувствую себя реально Питером. Который Питер Гриффин. И говорю, piece of candy. Piece of candy. Piece of candy. Так, где это я сейчас нахожусь? Ага, там дальше еще, предполагается, есть. Ага, понял где. Неинтересно, потом посмотрю. Помните, я говорил то, что Геншин потихоньку превращается в хоррор, да? Piece of cock. Nice cock. Thick, but not too flaccid. А чё? Неплохо. О, Денис, как раз ты тут можешь активировать телепортейшн. Нет, этого нет в Spotify. Это мой личный сборник мэшапов. И прочих мемасов. Это мы сейчас все слушаем, что у меня на компе есть. Так. Здесь мы все собрали. Теперь надо вот сюда. А стоять. Только в обратную сторону сюда. Так, буду ждать тебя на скале в Монде, когда закончишь. Окей, Денис. Я почти как раз закончил искать все. Блин, вообще ощущение, как будто это дерево тут не принадлежит вообще этому месту. Теперь надо сделать здесь круг. А вот она. Снова разбежавшись, Асментус со скалы. Асментус, не Асментус больше. Ух, сколько тут всего. Ух, сколько piece of candy here. Piece of candy. Piece of cock. Piece of cock. А там внутри есть ли? Я еще не видел. Ну, вроде бы нет. Да, тут вроде бы нету. Гончие разрыва еще тут что-то делают, непонятно. Можно будет, кстати, здесь... О, давай. Слишком громко, кста. Ля, я забыл то, что это... Я немножечко забыл то, что вы, блядь, существуете в любое время. Отъебитесь от меня. Без анимейшн, как грустно. Так. И... Нужно сходить нам сюда и сюда. Этот мини-ивент приготовил. О, найс. Так, и нам теперь... Нам сюда. Кстати, а Фурина может же так же прыгать? Мне сейчас любопытно стало. Она может, как и все остальные, из фонтейна прыгать в воде? Да. Ну-ка. А, блин, нельзя переключить во время плавания. Почему она не должна? Ну да. Ой, бля. Вау! Вау! Их фигак. Обалдеть. Так, ну шо ж, дособираем цветочки и бежим к Денису.
Let's move out.
Ты, кажется, дважды это отправил. А, не, это другой уже. Мне он не нравится. Так, не того атакуем. Успокойся. Успокойся, опорося. Так, стоямба, а где? А, его тут нету. Вот здесь оно, но ниже будет.
Let's move out.
А вот и оно. Я прохожу мимо, тоже собираю что-то. Не агрись на меня. Вам обязательно было так делать. Лисичку кормят сникерсом. Это мы про я и Мика говорим, да?
More speed.
Such a pain.
И крайние должны быть по дороге.
Hold the line.
Shudder. More speed. More speed.
А вот и они. Все, Денис, я к тебе бегу. И... Хелло. Ну ты, конечно, залез тут. Вот это виды. Соглы. Очень красивые. Ради этого в Геншина играем. Вот он стоит, ждет меня. Я заплакал. Я тоже поаплодирую. Блядь. Нет. Дед. Произошел дед момент. Пум. 52 урона? Ты с Венти все артефакты скинул? No more tears.
Allow me.
Beg for mercy.
Так, меня все-таки, мне любопытно. Ребята, кто из вас... Отклонить. Кто из вас завидует вот этой группой? Что это вообще? Кто это? Кто этим заведует? Кто это сделал? Who did this? Хз. Давайте посмотрим тогда так. Не Маскарад? Ни хера нету тут. Ну я не знаю. Зайди, посмотри, выйди. Ок. Так, что это в итоге? Что это? Минимальный критерий. Вы уже смотрели... Бля, я не могу. Я не могу, к сожалению, потому что я не смотрел 5 аниме, я смотрел 4 аниме. Короче, они потом посмотрят вообще, чем я обычно занимаюсь, потом кикнут меня нахер. Тот факт, что я зачастую стримлю Геншин либо же Хонкай, это не значит, что я прям анимешник дичайший. Зато у меня, по крайней мере, теперь есть красивая красивая плашка, что я аниме. Да? Дайте посмотреть. Ну да, зато у меня теперь красивая плашечка есть, и не Маскарад. Я вообще не понимаю. Зато у меня теперь красивая плашечка есть, и не Маскарад. Заткнись. О, господи, я испугался. Кошмар. Красивая плашечка с аниме-складом. Окей, ладно. Окей, never mind. Пускай пока так и останется, кикнут. Вообще похуй, вообще похуй. Ну шо ж. А теперь Денис, кажется, будет взрывать этот мир. Я уже вижу по его лицу, что сейчас что-то произойдет. Та-та-та! Solidify, та-та-та! Та-та-та! Та-та-та. Блять, почему меня на смех это все-таки херачит? Ну нет, он сейчас опять упадет. Так, Денис куда-то испарился. Опять фокусы с исчезновением. Он, кажется, реально пошел Селестию уничтожать. Он идет к секретному лифту. Ну или просто выполняет, кстати, эти дейлики. Поможем же ему.
More speed. Crush. More speed. Shudder. Crush.
Лучше бы он в воду бы побежал все-таки. И еще один. Все, из дейликов осталось только что. А все, дейлики сделаны. А, ну, Айлин еще надо. Так, на этом моменте я буду съябывать. Чтобы потом Денис смог забрать дополнительные награды с дейлика. И заодно заберу со своего же мира цветочки. Ебать, я в муте. А, ты в муте? А что ты в муте все-таки? Сижу-пижу. Так, ну да, у тебя микрофон отключен с твоей стороны. Я не выключал его, клянусь. Бля. Как-то теперь неловко. Так, нам сюда.
Strike a pose. Shine down.
Let the world come alive! Hey!
Allow me.
That was. You're open.
Let my name echo in song!
Я еще, блин, застрял. Ну и ништяк, шкатулочка.
What a pleasant surprise! Truly an extra slice of joy.
Нет, не с моей стороны. А почему ты тогда заглушен? Сейчас, подожди. Отключить, выключить. Отключить на сервере, выключить. А теперь можешь говорить?
Да.
Охуеть, как так?
Блять, я такую речь задвинул, сука.
Ебануться. Бля, толкнешь тогда еще раз?
Я уже ее забыл.
Бля.
Там что-то про исторический момент, про это уничтожение нечисти, блять.
А-а-а. Ну ладно, зато можем попиздеть, пока я тут достаю в своем мире цветочки.
Показываю Айлен как надо. И просто скидываю метеорит на стенды.
Надеюсь, она запомнила.
Я тоже надеюсь, что она запомнила, потому что, еще раз...
Повторяться ты не любишь, как я понял.
Я никогда не повторяюсь.
А, ну ладно.
Я никогда не повторяюсь. Всегда работает.
Да.
Сука, я микрофон от наушников достал, уже думал, что-то не так, блядь, с микрофоном.
А в итоге...
В итоге у меня нет права пиздеть в этом канале.
Странно. Вроде бы разрешал. Странно, что оно мне не показывало, что у тебя нету прав. Блять, реально какой-то Minority симулятор.
Не, просто момент был бы, вот когда я на Дейхе спрыгнул со скалы, более...
Эпичным?
Таким... И более эпичным, и более трогательным.
Ага.
Если бы ты слышал речь,
Ага.
которую я задвинул.
Бля, теперь обидно как-то.
Можно было бы, конечно, повторить, но ощущения будут уже не те.
Ме.
Ну, по крайней мере, у меня, это точно. Хотя я себя рад замочить Дейхи. Это буквально мусор, а не персонаж.
Зато у тебя гарант есть.
Угу.
Знаешь, какая у меня следующая цель, кстати? Я так и не анонсировал, какая же следующая вайфа у меня на прицеле.
Ну, какая?
Кларинда.
Класс.
Выглядит как вторая Райден. Будем надеяться, и будет работать так же, как вторая Райден. А если нет, найду применение.
У меня всего 2 критерия, по которым я выбиваю персонажей. Архонт,
Ну-ка.
Лоля.
Угу, поэтому у тебя есть Нахида.
Да.
Нахиду, Нахидрип. Нагадру.
Либо Архонт, либо Лоля. Если все вместе, так вообще класс.
Ты когда-нибудь заходил в Reddit, посвященный Нахида-мейнерам?
Да.
И как тебе?
Очень много всего.
Много плачущих эмодзи. Много... У-у-у.
Я, похоже, не в тот Reddit заходил.
Может быть.
Я заходил в тот Reddit, где Нахида, так сказать, была наедине с Семеном.
Симен?
Да-да, Семен.
Симен. Найс.
Это, кстати, единственный канал Reddit, который я нашел про Нахиду.
Ого. Интересно, он все еще не забанен, интересно.
Мне реально в поиске больше ничего не выдавалось.
Кошмар.
Блять, странная доживет ситуация. А, точно, пытал. Я и забыл.
О чем?
О том, как пытался выбить Путаву.
А.
Ситуация, кстати, была прямо 1 в 1, как сейчас.
Серьезно?
Да, по круткам.
Так, интересно, хватит ли мне столько цветочков на сегодня? Ну, я вряд ли за один день подниму, блин, фурин. 88? У меня уже 88 этих цветочков. А какой уровень у меня? 50-й. А ну.
Мне тогда делюк выпал.
Делюк — это отдельный кошмар, мы об этом не говорим.
А чем ДХ отличается?
Блин.
Полом?
Maybe.
Это 2 одинаковых персонажа.
Блин, как же... Я все-таки не жалею круток. Честно. Зачем мне только небесная ось, однако?
Это, видимо, расплата за Вентисров вокруг.
Может быть. Использую этот, как его там? Что именно? Что я могу использовать? У меня как раз еще один зеленый бублик прокачанный есть на Барбару. В неделю бублик.
Сколько времени я не собирал эти грибы филонема, я все еще помню, где находится каждый.
В гаджетах. Что там в гаджетах у нас? Какие грибы? А, блин, параметрический преобразователь. Точно, вот он как называется. Я только сейчас заметил, что Фурина украла у моих сородичей ХП. Преобразователь точно. Так, Фурина, отдавай обратно ХП. Так.
Она ХП ворует?
Да, я заметил, что она, оказывается, ХП ворует в состоянии... В каком состоянии ты воруешь ХП?
Наверное, когда она этих призывает, троих.
Да, когда троих призывает, а это у нас получается состояние усий. Короче, когда она в состоянии усии, она, короче, это... Ворует ХП.
Живая биологическая угроза.
Да. Как для своих сородичей, так и для остальных. Вот так и подхилять может. Приятно. Это очень приятное дополнение на самом деле в мой отряд. Так, возвысим же ее наконец. А, ну еще... Блин, чё бы мне бы все-таки юзнуть? Давайте вот немножко вот этого. Так, немножко вот этого. Ну и слегка вот этого. И потом вот этого. Все. Мне все равно, что из этого выйдет, но все-таки. Давайте, ребятки, фигачим. Фигачим, ребятки. Совместно фигачим. Ну вот, что-то вышло. Я помидоры and potatoes обычно сую. Угу. Is that how it is? Окей.
Еду тоже можно?
Да, еду тоже можно.
Блять.
Я все в рандом на самом деле скидываю.
Это же сколько всего я проебал.
А чё, нету что ли озвучки для... Да, нету, блин. Окей. Мне любопытно, а чё скажет Райден про... А Буэр есть, а Винти есть, а Морокси есть. Но при этом нету Афокалорси. А Фурини нету. Почему? А, стоять. А, Фурини есть. Надо завершить главу Маскарад виновных до конца. Блин, капец. Ладно, давайте до конца уже закончим эту сюжетку, я пойду спать.
Ну, не буду мешать, ливаю отсюда.
Окей. Заранее сладких снов, Денис. Или ты будешь тут сидеть, I don't know. Как получится. Так. Complete this motherfucker quest. Ай, бля, разрешить. Все. Так, вот, кстати, сладких снов бы пригодилось, но боюсь пары проспать.
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh, the Fatui are here too.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats.
Ого.
But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
Герун Снежевич, what the fuck?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too.
Я, блядь, я не то написал.
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clorian?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me out.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision makers. And, well, I do already
Мне
have
тоже
to
не
be
нравится.
connected to Mr.
Лучше
Callis.
бы Люмин взял бы.
Wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Chlorand at any rate.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And smile.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Clorand.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Maripede.
Ты уже знаешь, что она туда собирается?
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Nervillette, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridsley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
В душную крепость, here we go. Еще нет, пока в процессе. Меня наебали на 65 круток. Меня наебали на 300 круток, хотя у меня изначально было 200.
Duke, did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. but that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Поздравляю, но не от всего сердца.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken all the photos we need. Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier,
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you then?
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend. Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Huh! Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
Она действительно умеет выжимать из каждой возможности все до последней капли.
Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this kind of thing before. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Ah, Siegeween.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse? Sure. Come on, Miss Siegeween, over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Huh? Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the fortress?
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurier? Miss Lorvine?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that, which is a pity.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two. I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
Ого.
You sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oof.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Все-таки Фурина больше не будет править...
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Не знаю, стоит ли Фурине консты крутить. Были бы у меня лишние крутки, я бы покрутил на самом деле.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. Until then. All right. Last stop, the docks.
Блин, мне как-то реально грустно. Фурина больше не будет править Фонтейном, получается? Мне как-то грустно, но с другой стороны, она сама не хотела такой жизни. Насколько я понял из сюжетки. Ладно, мне лениво ждать подъемник, я просто подъемник сделаю. Хоба. Как-то высоко падаем. Ну ничего, зарегенимся. Ну а так Архонт вообще не правит своими регионами тоже. Ну да, Джунли тот же самый. Пойду покурю, отвлекусь от Дехи. Хорошая мысль, Денис.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in
Затянись
touch with
по-хорошему.
Lenny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these
Да,
strange pockets the
Денису
whole
Дехи
time
выпала.
Traveler,
Unfortunately.
Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of
Не,
your
кажись,
things
это его
floating
первая
around,
Дехия
you
вроде
can
бы.
use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
Сразу на нас смотрит.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Sure. Please, write down my address.
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Ему подойдет.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step.
Обидно, когда
He'll
мусорные
become a
консты
part of our
падают.
show eventually.
Это да.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to
Нетки
take a
ценно
picture
упала
of us.
недавно места Ризли.
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, how have things been, traveler?
Неплохо.
Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's all right. We were more than happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well, after Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
Все-таки забрали сердце Бога.
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Yes,
Да.
I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
That's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit irresponsible?
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Neuvillette has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
So there's some reason for this that only Neuvillette knows about?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the Fortress of Meripede a while back.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Paimon didn't think he'd have the time for that. But back to the topic. The gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about Child?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
Ну, думаю, теперь я могу считать его боевым товарищем.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
О, Алеркина пришла.
Father.
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance. Please do not pay my
Ну-ка, дайте
accomplishments in
посмотрим.
Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the Gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
Бля, понимаю, Денис.
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done.
Ты не изменяешь позицию?
Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is
Не,
honesty
цвета
if
так
you can't
подобраны, как
rely
будто
on
на
it
тюбик
forever?
зубной пасты. Блять. Хватит. Это не
As for
прожарка.
you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
Да, кстати, передай это Чайлду, пожалуйста.
A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
Сука, у меня даже Spotify расстроился.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You're...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture.
Я думаю, эти журналюги понимают, кто такие фатуи, но суд постить про них новости.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny.
Уверен, что они знают, что произошло в Сумеру с Дуторе. Я тоже уверен.
What do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many things have happened, but the pockets are still the pockets. I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day, you two.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off. Shall we go see how Neverlette's doing? As long as he's not so busy that he doesn't have time to chat anyway.
Оперный театр, да? Ёперный театр. А мы, интересно, поговорим с Фуриной? Меня это больше всего волнует. No. Fuck. Но благо я ее забрал себе. А, он у входа. Задание легенд есть с ней, не забывай. Точно!
You really are here, Neverlet. Paimon didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being
Этот ветряной алкаш сначала 2 ванера подряд пропивал мои гемы, теперь пропил Фурину.
This is still quite the mystery to us.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
Фокалорс обманула небесный порядок, воспользовалась бесконечным спектаклем Фурины, чтобы спасти Фонтейн.
So that's what happened?
Я сам видел только роль Фурины.
Focalor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontainians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontainians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontainians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Focalor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone.
Можно сказать, что именно в тот момент фонтейнцы родились по-настоящему.
Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Focalor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too.
Переродились, грубо говоря, все-таки.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Тот приговор выносил. А где Фурина? Почему не могу спросить?
I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential
Даже подсосы
liability.
Нави? Нет, они не воскресли. Они остались, наверное, океанидами.
Whether it was due to that liability by association, or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess Focalor had Fontainians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second.
No.
I suddenly got another question. Back when Fontainians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Да, Пайман.
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontainians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, seems like this ritual won't be of any further use, but it'll probably live on as a local custom.
А нахуй разрабы решили включить? Они хоть какой-то вес разве имели в сюжете, кроме как быть прикольными челами? I don't know, man. Что ждет Фонтейн в будущем?
Yeah, about that. Risley said Farina has already left. What's that all about?
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House. I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House, not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting their energy from?
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Расскажи о сердце бога Фонтейна.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something!
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations! Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave and as an apology to Child.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Насчет следующего моего пункта назначения.
You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume. I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
A nation of dragons? You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity. Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the knave that I believe may be useful to you. The Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
The Captain. Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a Fatui Harbinger doing their thing.
Да они хотят спиздить все сердце бога и потом что-то произойти.
In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know.
Мы, кстати, за сестрой особо больше теперь не бежим. Вы заметили? У меня больше нет вопросов.
Hang on a sec. Paimon's still got a question about Gnosis. When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue,
я не знаю, в Натлане, наверное, сердце бога в деревенский толчок выкинут просто, и новый фатуец провалится, и туда такой: о, заебись, нашел. Скорее всего, фатуи хотят сломить небесные законы, навязанные Селестией. Мэйби. А потом окажется, что фатуи это хорошие ребята, мы просто всех перепиздили ни за что.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Nervalet?
Ну, фатуи злые, это точно.
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Ah, of course. How could I forget?
Мы уже забыли про Орден
You should
Бездны.
have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
Huh. According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense.
Twitch бы забанил бы Орден
Which is why
Бездны
there are so
и
many
ему.
problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts. And my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
Бля, почему какая-то шалава умнее дракона, которому больше 3600 лет? Ага, who knows, man? Никто не знает.
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
Сошедшие. Она упомянула сошедших. Для меня это означает две вещи. Во-первых, сердце Бога связано с сошедшими. Во-вторых, тот, кто пришел сюда до меня, мертв.
I guess that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element-compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender.
Стокгольмский синдром ОГГ точно есть.
Does your body also possess similar properties?
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right? No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels creepy. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all.
Не переживай, я так просто не умру.
That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
All right. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will.
Ты можешь понимать волю богов?
I suspect not. But once in a while I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
Господь.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
А, это
I
все?
suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan.
Блин, не могу поверить, что это уже конец Фонтейна. Как-то сложно в это верить. Фурина, кстати, стала бомжом. Мне теперь... Мне двоякие впечатления на этот счет. Но ты это потом увидишь. Мы это потом все вместе увидим. Мне теперь любопытно, что скажет Райден.
For 5 centuries, I dueled the Raiden Shogun in my personal realm of consciousness to confirm the steadfastness of my will. Yet this Furina you speak of, though possessing only a frail human body, committed herself to acting out her part every second of every day for 500 years. A true battle of the spirit. Her willpower has indeed reached the level of a god.
Ого. Так, ну сейчас мы возьмем халявную круточку. Оба. Господи, какая же она милашка. Надо китайскую озвучку послушать, мне все-таки это сурс. Ну, есть YouTube, есть другие штукенцы. Ах, господи. Ну, я искренне надеюсь, для Фурины это будет хорошей концовкой все-таки. Так, ладушки. Стрим на этом моменте можно уже, в принципе, заканчивать. Прежде чем мы это сделаем, кстати, покрути сначала синюю. Нет, сначала дайте я открою. Маленькая океанида. Капельмейстер, глава 1. Или ты копишь? Не, я не коплю синие крутки, я всегда их... Как появляются, я как сигареты стреляю их, ей-богу. Неинтересное что-то выпало. Нет неожиданной леги. У меня и так, блин, Фурина теперь есть. Мне больше ничего для жизни не надо. Ну ладно, ребят, всем сладких снов. Это очень был интересный стрим. Не могу поверить, что я простримил 7 часов подряд. Променял электро на гидро. Неправда! Можно и совмещать. Всем сладких снов. Большое спасибо за просмотр. Спасибо за спасибо. А я пошел спать. И вам тоже рекомендую, потому что завтра надо работать. И вам, и мне. Все, всем пока. Спите.